We're live? All right, I think I see a quorum. I think we'll get the whole meeting to order on Thursday, June 1st, 2023 at 6:01 p.m. Can you call the roll call?
Mr. Frady?
Here.
Mr. Bittman?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Here. Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher?
All right, with that, we will start the meeting, and the first thing here is to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, with that, we will move to number 3, and we have quite a few of these, and it's kind of exciting to see this. Student recognition. So the Board of Education will recognize the following student achievements. Number 1, we have Marlow Middle School. Do we have somebody coming up to present?
I'm Coach DiSabato. Is this on?
Green light. Green light.
There we go. I'm Coach DiSabato. I have known Haley for 3 years. I want to start by saying Haley only started running consistently right before 6th grade during the summer. Haley and the other 8th grade runners had a very unique start to their middle school running career. They started with virtual cross country in 2020, which meant we warmed up together, we sent them out to run, and we cooled down together, all on video. So definitely a unique way to start. I've pulled data. My coaches and Haley, my other coaches and Haley can tell you I'm crazy about data. But that virtual cross country season, she started her mile at a 7:52. Last year, of course, we were here. She went to state in the 1600, again, with the 5:37, was her PR that year. This year, we've had the pleasure to take her to state for the 800 and the 1600, and, she, just with her 1600 this season, she started the season at a 5:46. 1 week later, she had already shaved 10 seconds off her time, and at state, she ran a 5:18, almost a 30-second faster from the beginning of the season to the end. She took 4th in the 1600, and then in the 800, she ran a 2:26, taking 7th. Congratulations, Haley. And her name is Haley Ramon.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Yes, wow.
Sure, people. All right. Next, we have Heineman Middle School girls track at state. I'm not sure who we have.
Hello, I'm Katie McChrystal. I'm the head girls track coach. Just a little bit about the season. We had a really successful season this year. I think our numbers are coming back up, and it definitely, since COVID, and it definitely shows with the success that we've had for this season. Our 7th grade girls alone, we had 40 girls on the team, which was almost about 15 more than we had last year. So it's pretty cool to see that track is kind of getting its popularity back at Heineman Middle School. I'm going to talk a little bit about the 7th graders, and then I'll let Coach LeVar talk about our 8th grader. We are missing a couple of our girls here, but our 7th grade girls 4x1 relay placed 4th this year at state. It's made up of Mia Hagel, Reagan Ellis, Riley Galanis, Mila Wade, and our alternate was Amber Zava. These girls ran pretty much almost undefeated all season long. So it was pretty cool to see them kind of come to that end state meet and be as successful as they were. Last year, Mila and Chelsea, who was not on this year's 4x1, Chelsea was on 4x4 this year, both also as 6th graders medaled at state last year. So it's pretty cool to see that their talents were kind of coming into play, and we're hoping to see that happen again next year and get some success. Our 7th grade girls 4x4 relay placed 8th. This was kind of a cool relay to see because they were actually not really seeded to win, and I think some of the girls just didn't want to settle for anything less, and they just ran their hearts out. The 4x4 is made up of Chelsea Strauss, Layla Usini, Jordan Slaughter, Mila Wade, and our alternate was Mia Hable. So it was pretty cool to see them at state, and they ran a 4:29. Sorry, the 4x1 ran a 53 seconds, so that's pretty cool too. And then independently, Mila Wade, she placed 7th in our 400-meter run. Kind of cool about Mila, she was adamant she did not want to run the 400 all season long. I think there was maybe even some tears along the way. I don't know why she was so scared of the 400, and I think once she ran it, she was like, okay, maybe I can run that again. So once she got over her fear, she made it to state, and she placed 7th overall. So hopefully she's not scared of that 400, and she'll run some more next year for it. But that's our 7th grade girls, and these four are our 7th grade girls.
Hello, I'm Coach LeVar, and I'm here to talk about Elena Fetzer here on the end. So she's come a long way as a shot putter in just over a year for a girl who had to be talked into it. You know, that first day of practice throwing maybe just barely over 20 feet, but over that season's last year she progressed, became the 7th grade champion at sectionals, throwing 30 feet, over 30 feet, and then even after hurting her knee last year at state, she placed 3rd at the state meet. Well, that wasn't good enough because she came back this year. And while our goal was to get back to state and finish in the top 3 once again, she had another slow start from another knee injury, but then we got her back healthy and we got her to peak just at the right time. So she would not only finish 1st at sectionals again with a throw of 32 feet 9 inches, but she'd take down a 13-year-old record at Heineman of 31.10 inches. Only 2 days later, she'd go to the conference meet and break that record of 34.10 inches with a throw of 36 feet. I know, that's what I said too. To finish off an amazing end of the season, Elena made it back to state. She had a winning throw of 34 feet. She won by 3/4 of an inch. And yes, once again, setting a new Class A state record that is now 34 feet, held by Elena Fetzer. Come up with a picture.
Scoot in.
Congrats again. Great job.
All right, so we're gonna a little out of order here, but Heineman Middle School Wrestling, I see Coach G. You wanna come on up and, introduce us?
All right, so I'm Mike Jinsiga, the head Heineman wrestling coach, and with me today I have Caden Morrison on my right and Jake Steiner on my left. You know, when I look at these two young men, these athletes, truly reminded how easy coaching can be. When you have kids like this with tremendous work ethics, true dedication to their craft, great kids in the practice room, keeping everyone in line, and even from what I've been told, great students in the classroom. They had a great year. Well, I'll start with Caden Morrison, our sixth grader, wrestled at 75 pounds. He finished with a 25-2 record. He was our conference champ, regional champ, runner-up at the sectional meet, and he finished off his sixth grade year placing third at the state meet. So great job, Caden. And then Jake Steiner, eighth grade wrestler, wrestled at our 95-pound weight class. This is his second year in the program. A great year, finished with a 23-3 record. He was both a regional and sectional champion, and he ended his Heineman career with placing fourth at the state meet. So the boys each had a great season. I wish them luck. It was an honor coaching them. I'll have Caden back next year, but wish Jake luck going forward next year at high school.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, great job. Great season, congratulations. 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 Thank you. Congratulations.
Congrats. Good job, coach. Good job.
How much weight any? Yeah. Should I get on these?
Gotta get up on your tippy toes to get ahead of Jim.
There you go.
Good one. Got it. Congrats, guys.
Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, next we have the Huntley High School girls track team, who are the 3A state champions.
So while they kind of get organized, I'm going to hop in here really quickly, and I'm going to turn over to our athletic director. Needless to say, it sounds as though we have a whole lot in the pipeline coming up to the high school. I think this semester we have counted 15 state marches, and so Huntley Sports has definitely made a name for themselves, and these ladies, I know the battles were challenging the past few weeks, especially leading up to the state finals, because graduation and state finals somehow happened to end on the same day, but these ladies were so determined to make it and reach their best level. And it's just exciting to be able to see the work that they have put in. The definition of family stands right before you. Seeing them at practice, Mr. Wilson and I get the chance to walk around and watch the process and watch their journey as they grow and as they work through some of the trials and tribulations of just being a team, working through some of the struggles that they have. They definitely have overcome those challenges, and many of them are able to hold some high titles, which I'm not going to go through. I'm going to let the coaches go through, but I just want to give a huge shout out to them. I also know that the coaches wouldn't talk about themselves, but that coaching staff, man. Talk about the love for the sport and the love for kids. These 4 individuals are with them day in and day out, and are there anytime that they are needed by the athletes, and have performed above and beyond and exemplified the highest level of our coaching that we have here at Huntley. And I'm excited to have them lead this team and the future runners who are coming through that pipeline. So congratulations to you all.
Thank you.
Welcome. My name is Glenn Wilson, the athletic director here at Huntley High School, and it is my privilege this evening to join this awesome group of young women. They are historically, let me restate that. They are historic in their accomplishments, and we are so proud of them. And on top of that, I'm also proud of them for who they are beyond track and field. For example, in front of you are 3, and Coach will speak to this, 3 individual state champions, a team state champion, but also 2 nights after the sectional meet, we host the boys track conference meet, and we have members of this group here in the driving rain there to support the boys. Or the next week at the Cal, at the boys track sectional, we have a contingent there to support the boys. On top of each time that I get to visit with them, and they've heard this from me, their welcoming spirit, their great smile, and their family atmosphere. So what a great group, historically, etched in our record books, but also my memory. So congratulations to this awesome group.
Good evening. I'm Coach Munson. I'm the head coach of the girls track and field team. Dr. Beelen and Mr. Wilson just took a lot of our thunder. But I do think it's really important we recognize just how incredibly blessed we are as a coaching staff to get to work with these amazing young women on a daily basis. Everything that they just said about them is to a T, just how lucky we are. So I do want to recognize our coaching staff first. First, we have Zach Boring, who's our girls coach. And Jennifer Gardley is our assistant sprint coach and our jump coach. Coach Tim Essing is our hurdles coach and our pole vault coach. And Coach Gallagher, who could not be here tonight, is our associate head coach and our sprints coach as well. I won't talk about the team very long because we've got a lot of girls to introduce, and I want to introduce each of them individually to you tonight. Last year, our team took 5th in the state, and it was the best season we'd had as a program. Most of these girls standing in front of you were a part of that team. So knowing that we finished 5th in the state and we had a large contingent of the girls coming back, we knew that a state championship was a very real possibility for this group of young women. The difference is this year we spoke that into existence. Last year we really never said anything about a state championship. We just said, hey, we're a really good team. We could do some great things. From day one this year as a coaching staff, we used the term state champion on a daily basis. And I think they embraced that and they understood what the goal of this season was. Not only did we get a state championship, but we brought home the Fox Valley Conference Championship again this year. We brought home our 4th in program history, but 2nd back-to-back sectional championship as well. In total, we brought home a total of 11 indoor and outdoor invitational championships. So this was a team that was bringing home a lot of trophies throughout the season. They would tell you that while we celebrated each of those individual trophies, the message after every single one of those meets was, this is nice, but it matters in May, right? As we got to the state championship weekend, there were any one of, I would say, 5 teams that I felt were capable of putting up the number of points that would be required to win a state championship. I believe we needed anywhere between 50 to 60 points was going to be what was there. Us, Prospect, Kenwood, Neuqua Valley, and Homewood Flossmoor, I would say, were the 5 teams that I had kind of identified as, you know, the teams to beat. Prospect was the favorite. I think most pundits, most people who analyze state track and field had us number 2 or 3. So I think that speaks to what these girls did. They dethroned a team that was a heavy favorite throughout most of the season. We told the girls going into the weekend that the team that shows up and performs the best is going to be the one that did it. And like Coach Wilson said, this was a historic win, only the second ever team championship in Huntley High School history. Woo! All right, I'd like to take a moment just to kind of introduce each of our individuals, and I'm going to have them step forward so that you can kind of put a face with a name and they can raise their hand and do all that stuff too. Our first, I do want to recognize 2 of our individuals that are not here tonight. First is Sienna Robertson. Sienna qualified in the disc as a sophomore, and she took 11th place in the state in the discus this year. Our second athlete not in attendance is Emmy Byers, who's also a sophomore. Emmy was a member of our 4x200 meter relay team. She actually ran it on the Friday in order to get us to the state, to the finals on Saturday. If you don't understand how the state meet works, you have to compete on Friday in order to make it to finals on Saturday. So they only take the medalists to the next day. So Emmy ran it for us on Friday. She stepped in into that position, got us to day 2, and then the 4 girls that I'll introduce for the 4x200 meter relay ran on Saturday. Next, we have Abby Williams. Abby, step forward. Abby is our top 300 hurdler and one of our many really great 400 runners. We're really excited about coming back next year, and Abby accompanied us as an alternate on our 4x1 and our 4x200 meter relay teams. Next is Addison Busen. Addison, step forward. Only a freshman, is another one of our really strong 400 meter runners. And she's also a really great jumper that we're looking forward to over the next 3 years of her high school career. I think to be on this team and make this trip as a freshman is an incredible experience for Addison. And she was one of our 4x1 and 4x2 alternates as well. Nice job. Next, we have Sophia Mean, who's a junior. Step forward, Soph. If you follow us on Twitter, you know Soph's story. She is one of the top hurdlers in the state of Illinois. At the sectional meet, she qualified on the 4x100 meter relay and got us to state. And then in her sectional race in the hurdles, she tumbled over the 8th hurdle, experienced the injury you're seeing here. We do have great news. Soph's going to be back for the entirety of next season, and we're excited to have her back as a senior. Next, we have Brittany Burek. Brittany is a senior. She qualified in the 3,200 meter. This was her 3rd time qualifying for the state meet. As you know, all of these seniors up here did not get to qualify for a state meet their freshman year due to COVID. So Brittany qualified every single one of her years. This year, she finished 16th place in the 3,200 meters. Next year, Brittany will run at Indiana State University. Next is Vicky Adamov. Vicky will be represented on each of our relays today as well, but I also want to recognize that she made it in the 200 meters as an individual, and she finished 22nd in the state in the 200 meters. Okay, next, I'm moving on to all of our medalists at the state meet now. So our first one is Brianna Burek. Step forward. Brianna is a senior. She qualified in the 3,200 meter relay. Again, all 3 of her years, 3 of the years that she was able to qualify for the state meet, she did. This year, one of the coolest things she said going into the meet was, I'm excited to toe the line and get points for my team. And she went out and did that. She got 5th place in the state. Next year, Brianna will run at Illinois State University. Next up is our 4x200 meter relay. It is Vicky Adamov, Haley Sines, Dominique Johnson, and Alex Johnson. These 4 individuals ran in the 4x200 meter relay. They placed 3rd in the state and set a new school record in doing so. Our next relay is the 4x100 meter relay. We have Sophia Mean, Dominique Johnson, Vicky Adamoff, Kaylee Symes, and Alex Johnson. This group right here came into, after day one, they were, I think, third coming in, and they showed up on that day, even almost caught Kenwood for first place, but ended up second place overall in the state.
Wow.
Our next three individuals are our state champions. Step forward first is Allie Panzoff. Allie is a senior. She threw the discus and she qualified for state in the discus. Allie throwing the discus at the state meet is quite remarkable. I may get this wrong, and Coach Porting, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's the 13th longest throw in IHSA state meet history. Yes. She threw it on her first throw, and if you ask most of the coaches there, they kind of knew the competition was over because everything carries over into the next day. It was a monster throw and something that Allie was trending towards all season. Like every time she got in that ring, she was PRing, moving forward, and just ripped off a monster at the state meet. So Allie is a senior. She will attend Brown University next year to play volleyball.
Very nice.
Our next state champion is Dominique Johnson in the triple jump. Dominique, only a sophomore, holds 7 state medals already at the end of her sophomore season. She brought home 4 medals this year. She was a part of both of our relays. She won the state championship in the triple jump, and she finished 6th place in the long jump as well. Last year as a freshman, Dom brought home 3 medals in the relay, the long jump, and the triple jump as well. We're incredibly excited about the next 2 years of Dominique Johnson. And our last individual is Alex Johnson. Alex, step forward. Alex is a senior. If you follow us on Twitter or follow track and field at all in the area, Alex is one of the greatest athletes ever to come through McHenry County in track and field. She is a 3-time long jump state champion.
Wow.
This year, she got 2nd place in the triple jump as well. Her freshman year, she lost to COVID. Her sophomore and her junior year, she was a medalist in the 100, bringing Alex's total to 9 total state medals throughout her track and field career, including 3 long jump championships and a triple jump championship. Next year, Alex will run at Arizona State University, and we are incredibly excited to see her continue her track and field career.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to take all this time. I know this was longer than most of them are, but I think these girls are incredibly deserving of all the time that we can give them. Thank you.
No, I wasn't.
They need a wide angle lens for those. I can't imagine there's many double-digit medals. Do the panorama shot.
You can go.
Now you move this.
Great job, everybody. Great job. Real quick.
June 19th is the Parkside dinner. I sent you guys all a Google form. I need you to fill it because I gotta get him a quarter. I gotta get him a specific quarter.
Steak and lobster.
That's fine.
Yeah, because they're running against that other.
Yeah, right.
How you guys at?
We do have. Congratulations again to all the athletes and how hard they worked to get that championship in team level. Next, we will move on to public comment as we let people filter in here. So I have, I think, 4 public comments. We're going to try to limit that to roughly 3 minutes apiece. If you can respect that, I'd appreciate that. So the first public comment I have is Kathleen Trauman.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to take a couple minutes this evening and just kind of talk about some feedback based on the last meeting that we had, and just kind of maybe share some ideas. One of it is I kind of think we need to look at setting some priorities for special services. There's a lot of discussion around things that happen, and then everybody walks away, and then no actions come back. And I think families need that. I think they need some direction. There's been some really good discussion around a new home for the Light program, a storefront for the special services teams, even opportunities with McHenry County College that Dr. Rowe presented with hydroponics. That would be wonderful for our kids to have those opportunities. And there are opportunities for them to be in the community. Our Huntley Farmers Market, the one that's over at Dole Mansion, and also the Hoot Nanny. I think there's an opportunity there as well, too. My son, who has sensory issues, he and I did our first Hoot Nanny. We didn't run it, we walked it the whole time, and he really enjoyed it. And I think there could be opportunities for the other students to participate as well, too. But the main thing I wanted to talk about this evening was the discussion around the location for the Light program. Here's a thought that I had, and I just wanted to share it with the administration and with the board, is kind of looking at the proposition of the Light a little differently. When Dr. Beelan was up here, he said space is an issue for meetings, for testing, and I think a couple other things. But have we ever looked at looking at the space to meet those needs, and would that be less in cost to do that, and then open space up for the Light program? It's just food for thought. The board and administration has always been great about sharing ideas and thoughts, but it was just a different way of looking at if Dr. Beelan needs space in a certain parameters. Could that financially be a little bit more conducive for the district to be looking at? And if we did so, I don't know if it still opens a need to fit Light in there, but it was just a thought I wanted to share with everyone here this evening. And then the other thing I wanted to do is look at maybe possibly the board with your agenda. I know in the past, dating myself, we used to have 2 public comments within either the COW or the regular board meeting, and that's disappeared. It could be over time that it's not needed, but I think when you have some of these discussions around special services or some of the other ones, we have parents who are very vested and really want to help this district do a lot for our students. You don't give us an opportunity to speak afterwards. You hear the discussion, you hear administration, you hear, but you don't give parents a chance to have a voice. So just wanted to share that with you. And just one final comment, because I want to keep on my time, is whoever does the digital agendas, you may want to look at tonight's board meeting, the 13 resume, resume to public session. It lists the old board members, if nobody caught that. I just happened to see that, and I know we were going back to the keeping it blank. So I just wanted to, if it's a digital thing, that's just, me with, eyes just kind of catching that. So that's all I had for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Appreciate the comment. All right, next we have, Michael Fisher.
Hi, my name is Mike Fisher. I'll go by Mike since there's another Michael everywhere in the world. I'm the parent of a child in the dual language program at McCaven Elementary. Last meeting, 3 mothers stood up here and spoke to you about behavioral issues of a child in the kindergarten class at McCaven. I'm here to echo their words and their concerns and to inform you that this is happening in multiple classrooms across multiple schools in District 158. Our kids just finished 2nd grade at McCaven. During that time, their learning has been interrupted numerous times due to one child. That child has physically hurt students and teachers, broken and thrown objects within the classroom, climbed on and flipped over furniture, all while the other 20-plus students are just trying to get out of his way. They are often evacuated from the classroom. I'd love to tell you exactly how many times our children have had to stop learning in order to be evacuated, but we don't get that information. The school does not tell us when this happens. Maybe they have the data, but we do not. The only reason we know this is because a few of our brave kids came home and told their parents. Our kids are moving on to Conley next year, and if we continue to see this behavior and lack of support, some of us will remove our kids from the program. Which is sad, because we chose this program. We want our kids to learn a 2nd language, and we know that removing kids only makes the kids that stay in the program more of a target. We even discussed moving them to the dual language class at Reed Road, but we were warned by other parents that the same thing is happening at our grade level in that school. If any of those parents are watching, I urge them to come talk to you guys just as we are today. We know special services is in charge of the placement and programs. Do they reevaluate each year, each time a student moves to the next school on our campuses? Are the principals, teachers, and aides allowed to give them any information so that they can make an informed decision? We know this is a sensitive topic. No one wants to be the reason that a kid is removed from their classroom. All 40 kids, including these 2 students, deserve to be able to learn in a safe environment that promotes their educational growth. As of right now, none are safe. What has to happen before things change? How seriously does a child have to get injured before the district decides to do something? What happens when one of the kids who is targeted decides that enough is enough? I'll leave you with a few quotes from the kids in our classrooms that parents have shared with me. It's just so annoying the things he does, and it's frustrating. I don't pay attention to him anymore. Everyone tries to be nice to him so he won't hurt us. I don't feel safe. I try to be nice so I don't get targeted. If he can flip a desk now, what is he going to do when we get bigger? Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, Mike. All right, Jeannie Fisher.
Hello, I am Michael's mother. I'm also a substitute in District 158, and I'm a recently retired special education teacher, which is why my son asked me to come and speak alongside him today. Like mentioned, his son, my grandson, just finished 2nd grade at McCaven, and my granddaughter will be entering the dual language program for kindergarten in the fall. So I've listened throughout the year to some of the comments that you've heard from Michael, and I also listened on YouTube to the meeting from last month. So, you know, I'm here from the aspect of a grandmother, and also because I have had experience in this area. I taught in public schools, and I taught in private therapeutic day schools. I've taught, my whole career has been teaching students with severe and aggressive behaviors. Private therapeutic day school, I don't know if everyone's familiar with that. We had public school students be tuitioned into us when they couldn't meet their needs, be it educational, be it behavioral, whatever it was. So I've been on both sides of the coin here. I've been a public school teacher with transitioned students into private therapeutic, and I've been a private therapeutic teacher with students transitioning in. One thing that concerns me about this is the length of time this has been allowed to go on. It's not only been this school year, but as I understand, there were these behaviors the last school year also. So that's a concern to me, how long this process has gone on. Having been a special education teacher and case manager, I understand both sides of it. I understand the confidentiality, I understand the difficulty of finding a placement, of getting agreement on a placement, et cetera. But, oh, now I'm loud. But, I am concerned about the length of time the student has been in this classroom, not only for the safety concerns my son mentioned, but also as special education as a teacher and advocate for the student also. I did sub in the classroom for a short period of time, and, you know, he was with a one-on-one assistant on an iPad just playing games, which is his preferred activity, and it's a way to manage behavior. I'm not making a judgment, but I'm just saying that is not meeting his educational needs either to keep him relatively calm and quiet. So my concerns are mainly about the dual language program in the area of safety, which I think my son addressed and the parents addressed last time. So I'm not going to go over that particular aspect of it, the behaviors, but I am concerned about the difficulty and how much sense it makes to be continually evacuating a classroom of 27-years-olds. I never had more than 5 or 6 students in my classroom due to the nature of their disabilities, and I usually had 4 adults. So it was fairly safe and pretty routine to safely evacuate those children when I had another children having a behavior episode. However, having subbed in regular ed, I can certainly vouch that getting approximately 27-year-olds to line up quickly and quietly isn't, you know, it's not easy. So you've got one student having aggressive behaviors, perhaps projectiles are being thrown, perhaps he's trying to elope, and then you have to get 7-year-olds out of the room. So, you know, one alternative is trying to line them up, but that seems to take a long time in a dangerous situation. Or you've got them all racing for the door, which doesn't seem particularly safe either. Like I said, I was at a small classroom and one-on-one, so it wasn't a problem. I'm trying to imagine in my mind what this looks like. And also, there's not always an antecedent to behaviors like that. I mean, sometimes you do have antecedents and you can see it coming and you know it's going to happen, and maybe you do have time to get them all out. But there are also times when you have no warning. And that's a big concern for me, is how are they getting these kids out safely? Second area that I have a concern is missed educational minutes. It's not just the minutes that they're out of the room. We all know that if there's disruptive behavior before it turns aggressive, that's minutes. It's the minutes physically out of the classroom, and how long does it take that classroom to reconvene and really get to a place where education is taking place? And we know that's different for every student. Some students are going to come back in and regroup and be okay and fairly quickly get back in the learning mode. There's going to be other students who aren't. It's going to take them longer. And then the teacher has to get 20 students who have been some traumatized, at least disrupted, back into an educational environment. So that's another concern I have. And my last concern is more general, just about teacher retention in the program. My grandson's kindergarten, first, and second grade teachers have all resigned. I think for the Board of Education, in addition to the safety issues, this has to be a huge concern that you're losing high-quality teachers. Why? What support are they not getting? What's lacking? That's a lot of teachers to lose. And teachers nowadays are in high demand, and I would imagine dual language teachers are even in higher demand. Those teachers at McCaven, I hope they have a long, restful summer, and they should get a bonus. But this isn't corporate America. You don't become a teacher for yearly bonuses and C-level salaries. You do it because you love to teach, and you love your students, and you want them to become productive, successful human beings. So I'm asking you, please, as a board, help this program. Give them the support they need. The students and the teachers deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. All right, Mr. Aney.
That was a perfect segue to me, because my name is Brad Aney, and I'm the president of the teachers and all the certified staff. First off, I want you guys to know that we have also, as a certified staff, brought to the attention behavioral issues, and that is something that we're hoping to address in next negotiations as well. But the purpose for me being here is kind of, now that school's over, before I run away into the sunset for the next week before I start football, is to kind of just give an update of how things went for certified staff members. So before I do that, though, I do want to mention some things I'm extremely grateful for. And since I will not be here at the next meeting, I thought this would be a good opportunity to do so. So first off, I want to say how grateful I am for you, Dr. Rowe, and the relationship that you and I have had during the last few years. Starting as a principal and now as a superintendent, you and I've said this to you multiple times, see education in the same light. And I'm going to miss those conversations, because I do know that you do what's best for kids, and that you really do care. And I know as your job, it's really hard at times to get through things, but I truly cherish the conversations and the relationship that we had. Second thing, I'm extremely grateful for everyone on the board, the unions, everyone appointing Jessica Lombard as our interim superintendent. She is one of the most empathetic and caring individuals I've ever met, and she is going to do a phenomenal job. And I speak on behalf of the entire union when I say we are more than pleased to have her at the helm going into next year. I'm very grateful for the relationships that I have with these administrators. These administrators really do care for students. I have been able to develop relationships with all of you guys, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. The last thing I'm really grateful is for the 4 new board members during last week's meeting, hearing you guys stick up for teachers. I'm not saying that the last board hasn't, but having an opportunity to hear you guys question electric buses when we can't even get bus drivers to fill those buses, when we talk about a $4 million plus sports facility in a year that we have lost more teachers than in my known history, and I've been here since 2009, I just really appreciate that. And I was sitting with all of our HA leadership and watching that meeting, because we watch it on Zoom, and it was a total consensus. It's like it was a breath of fresh air, and I just really do appreciate that. I just want to leave you with some goals I have. Obviously, we're in the eve of negotiations, and our lives are going to become pretty busy. We have come a very, very long way since I started handling negotiations, and I just really, really hope that we can figure out a way to try to bridge that gap of being underpaid $15,000 from the nearest district in our district, and we got to figure it out. I don't want another max exodus like we had this year of teachers leaving for various reasons. So I'm very hopeful for that. I'm very hopeful that we can address special ed, because where we need it the most are those students, and we got to figure that out. We've made progress in negotiations, but we got further to go. I really, really hope that we can figure out the behavioral issue. Like I said, I have brought this to the attention of the administration every single time we've met this year, and seeing that it's still happening. I get that there's things that we have to do and there's laws that we have to abide by, but we got to figure something out, because it just pains me to hear parents talking about these incidents and having 2 kids in the district. I can't hopefully have that continue. But anyway, the end of the year was kind of somber in the sense that we lost a lot of people, but once again, I leave going into the summer for that refreshment and ready to kind of talk about things going forward and working collaboratively with all of you guys and the new board and the old board. And just wanted to thank you guys, all of you, for everything that you guys have done, because I understand that it's not easy to hear some of these things, but at the end of the day, we as teachers can't address them by ourselves. We have to work collaboratively, and that was something that Dr. Rowe said he'd want to do, and I know that Jessica will do it going forward. So thank you, guys. I will be here starting forward. I mean, COVID was the last time you guys saw me a long time ago. I'm going to start showing up. Sandra, my vice president, will start showing up at these board meetings to be able to answer questions that you guys might have, and I'm really excited about that. So thank you, guys, and thanks, everyone, for all you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Really appreciate all the comments tonight. They do hit home, and we are listening, and appreciate all the ideas and the perspectives being brought forward on this. With that, we will move to number 5, which is a revision and adoption of the agenda. Motion to adopt the agenda as presented, or are there any changes? All right, so that we will do let me see if I can get my little cheat sheet here. Motion to, I guess it's a voice call. So all in favor?
You need a second first.
Oh, sorry. Can I have a second for the motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
Second.
Mr. Craddy, thank you. All right, with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so the motion will pass, and we will keep the agenda the same. With that, we will move to number 6, which is the curriculum and instruction. Mr. Compton.
I'd like to bring Dr. Zlemke up to share a discussion about field trips and permissions.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Good evening, everybody. I have a kind of a standard operating procedure in my first item that I'll just share with you. Like we saw with student recognition tonight, each year the board receives a list of anticipated overnight field trips for the next school year. The attached list contains proposed field trips, athletic events. It's updated yearly. Some trips, such as athletic championships, appear on the list, even though actual participation will be determined throughout the year. I want to thank the building administration, the athletic office, for their help putting together this list. This is just for informational purposes only. Questions?
Thank you for that. You are also agenda item 6.2.
Yes, thank you again. We have a really nice opportunity here. We are in the process of adding a new partner to support our youth residency program at the high school through our medical academy. We've had a really nice, long-standing relationship with Northwestern Hospital. Throughout some discussions throughout the school year, we are adding a partnership through Advocate Sherman Hospital to support our youth residency program at the high school. Attached, you have a tentative agreement that we asked to go to our June regular Board of Education meeting, a part of the consent. They did share today a brief change just in their format and standardization, but I can attach that to our next meeting after we have any discussion or questions tonight.
So is this addressing a capacity issue?
Yeah, I think it addresses kind of a multitude of issues working with our residency program. So it allows for our students to get more time in the internship. It also allows, quite frankly, between both programs, our medical academy continues to thrive. We can get some of the program into our regular curriculum, and then that capstone experience can be held at Advocate Sherman.
So,
Dr. Rowe?
Mr. Troy, as you know, the original agreement with Northwestern Huntley Hospital was a first right of refusal type of an agreement. Northwestern had to do that. Their post-COVID staffing challenges began to impede their abilities to give our students the attention that they wanted to, that they needed. So Mr. Carlin, president of Northwestern Hospital, he and I have a standing meeting. He brought this forward. We put together a group with Northwestern Huntley to look at that curricular offering and how can we revamp it to fit within our current agreement. And at the end of the day, they weren't able to give our students the hours and individualized attention that we had grown accustomed to to the level that we wanted or even they wanted. So that relationship is maintained, it's just, they can't be our sole partner anymore. It was going to diminish the quality of the youth residency program. So, really fortunate, Advocate Sherman jumped at the opportunity to be involved, and are going as far as Northwestern Huntley had prior to. Their staffing challenges they weren't having the same issue. So we're very fortunate for our kids, because not only will they maintain the same level of involvement in the hospital programs, but they're going to get to see two systems, which can be a huge benefit to them in their career path. So, obviously, the Northwestern Huntley Hospital is still a very important partner and one that we value, and we'll maintain that relationship. And if their staffing levels afford us the opportunity to go back, then we'll just have enhanced opportunities for our students.
Yeah, and this one hits close to home for me because my daughter went through this program. So this one always catches my eye anytime something comes up. So that's why I wanted to double check and see, is the capacity, is it that we have a lot of kids in the pipeline, or is it that it was a time thing? And so thank you for
explaining. And at this point, the program's not
that.
expanding in terms of youth residency, still one section, still very competitive to get into it. Northwestern they couldn't meet our needs.
Okay.
So it's a good opportunity for our students.
And the value, like you said, of having the diversity of culture in each hospital, I think that gives that added exposure to the students to see what that part of life looks like too, beyond just practicing medicine, what the work environment can look like from one place to another. So kudos to, I don't know who communicated with that hospital and people on that side of the house.
Yeah, no, Dr. Zimke Bridge forms that relationship, and
kudos all the way around to Advocate Sherman for stepping up and stepping in as well.
Ms. Kish and Ms. De Lorenzo, De Lorenzo, the teacher, did a great at the table as well.
Yeah, fabulous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Smokey. Next up on the agenda item.
I'm sorry. Just a quick question. Have they done this with any other school? Sure.
Yes, they have other partnerships. I've done a little bit of research working with them, most recently U46.
Okay.
The program doesn't quite resemble ours.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
McHenry High School District did replicate our program with Northwestern and McHenry.
Right.
Sherman's been involved more with shadowing opportunities, and they've got some other volunteer and internship programs, but not quite to the level of involvement. We did a lot of explaining of what we were talking about.
I was wondering how they're going to be used to the types of programs we've had.
It'll take a little bit of time to get to the level
it's like we're helping.
Just like we were with Huntley.
We're helping them teach them a little bit too.
But they buy in. Fortunately, they buy into the goal. We provide them their future workforce. They form a relationship with them, and hopefully, our students even reap the financial benefit of maybe they'll help contribute to their education to bring them back.
Good. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. Zaleski? Thank you again. Next agenda item 6.3 is the student handbook, and Ms. Lombard will discuss some of the pending changes that we have in front of us for the high school and middle schools.
Sure. So annually, we'll bring this topic forward, looking at our handbooks. Typically, those things have minor changes that might need to be recommended based on ease of access or things that we learn from families and from staff. Sometimes there's changes in some of our procedures or things like that that are recommended to come forward. And then there are always going to be a few law changes of things that need to get added to the handbook. So at the beginning of the memo, just on an annual basis, each of the schools have a meeting with families that typically happens in the spring. Usually it's in the spring to talk about some of the things that we've seen, get input for possible changes moving forward. And as you know, those are typically not very well attended. This year at some of our buildings, there was a considerable increase in the number of attendance. However, it was too small when you think about the size of our buildings. And so we're going to continue to look at how to do that, as well as different layers of things that might be at the building level, as well as the district level. So stay tuned for more information on those things, but the dates are there. Some things that you're going to notice, or potentially not notice, but are some, I would say, big shifts in the cosmetic look of the three handbooks. And I want to give a shout out to Lori Woods. Thank you so very much for taking that information. The Illinois Principal Association has a model handbook, if you will, that can be looked at to talk about things to make sure we're not missing things that are required. And we've been really good about getting those things in and making sure those pieces are in there. But then there's some recommendations. Again, they're not required, but if we want the student handbooks to be used by our students and our families for that ease of access and information, putting some of those pieces in there. So Lori spent some time looking at those pieces that were in the IPA handbook, model handbook, and made some recommendations. Met with our elementary folks, met with middle school folks. Well, I brought it to the elementary, met with our middle school folks to kind of look at those things, and they were very excited about those changes. And again, the changes are just that cosmetic. But then also looking at making sure if we put things up there, there'll be links there. It's been up there in more of a PDF format at 2 of our levels. The high school has been a little bit more interactive. But as a policy does change, there's that link to it. If it's directing you to a certain form to fill out for health services, or if you have a question about this or curriculum about that, that link will be right there so that they can go in and access that, rather than, here it is, now I have to go find it on the website, so some interchangeability on that, and they're just cute, right? So the elementary looked at that, and ECC is like, hey, help me with this piece of that. The other component that's a little bit different is it used to be alphabetical, I believe. No rhyme, no reason. It was just ABC order in most of those. And so a change of looking at these things are health service related. These things might be rights and responsibilities. These might be about safety and security. So they're chunked based on those. So looking at that, I do think that this will be something that will be extremely beneficial for our staff, our students, and our families. Some pieces to be required and added by law were the awareness of prevention of sexual abuse, grooming behaviors, and boundary violations, which is the FAPES law. So that is more for things that HR is going to have to do. However, we needed to put that information in so parents understand that this law is there. This is the due diligence that the school district will be doing. Sex offender notification law, just not that it's new, but it's a change in there. I believe that we've got the links to or where they can go and access if they do have questions about those registries and things like that. The student data privacy notice to parents about educational technology vendors. That was an update of, our information is not shared with vendors. If what happens is something was a breach, those kind of, so making sure that that information, again, these are all policies, but then verbiage that is in the handbook that mirrors that. So again, hopefully they're using this document and going there. And then not in the elementary, but the teen dating violence prohibited language that is required. It's an annual training that our middle school and high school staff do, and that's required to have some language in there, very brief about how that is prohibited and the protections under that. Some recommended to be included by IPA or the schools that are in there. This first one is animals on school property. Not that we have a lot of animals that are coming in there, but we do have service therapy dogs that sometimes may be coming in. So what questions, what do we do to follow that? Safety and protection kinds of things. We had birds that came in the pocket this year at one of our levels. So some of those things do happen, and wanted to address that there. Adding our state and local assessments and timelines, we talk about them, but now here's a calendar of what do these different assessments, what are they done, time of year, grade level, and then what's their purpose, right? So that people have an understanding of that. The audio and video monitoring notification, we talk about that in safety and security, but we also put that under the transportation component so that people do know that there is that on our buses. And what's the purpose of that? When is that accessible to people? If it becomes a school record, what is that and that? So again, it's putting that in another location that makes sense there. Information about Care Solace. Custodial agreement language, again, not that it has to be in there, but we do find from time to time there's information and parents may reference to that. Well, we need a copy of that, and so put some language in there to let them know if they do have those, how do we, what do we utilize them for, what pieces do we need, and how we're able to then be able to monitor and follow the agreements in those cases. And a link to our annual school report card information. I think one night Lori and, Dr. McCrindle were talking about that and making sure that we had a link for that annual school report card, that is also posted on our website and other places, also posted in our school handbook. The pesticide application notification, right? So parents can get that, but what do I need to do if I want to get that, written notification of pesticides put in there? Information on survey language, right? So when do we use surveys and what do we use them for? And then parents give a question about why or if my child should be being surveyed, what should they do with that? The violent offender community notification, again, this is, again, similar to the sex offender list of notification. So again, that's up there in those sections. So again, more just that user-friendly component there. Some, I wouldn't say substantive changes, but I'll say substantive changes to the existing language. We also had our departments take a look at the language that was in there. And so one of our departments for special education, Ms. Jackie Ellen, worked with us and took a look at some of those pieces and had some recommendations for some changes or some verbiage that reflects what we're currently doing. One of those is the addition of language. If families want to request observations or evaluations for their students, it's written in the handbook what are the steps for them to do. Timeout or restraint language under special education, there's some laws that have changed in terms of timeouts and physical restraint. This was under PE, and we moved it also to talk about, because there are dependent on IEPs, addition of exemption for physical education for special education students, and what would that look like, right? So that is a requirement here. If that isn't an IEP or needed in there, what would that look like? And then a link to some of the paperwork, procedural safeguards and some other notifications. Again, they're posted under our special education section of the website. They're talked about in meetings. But again, here too, if families are going here, it's just another link for those pieces that were put in at that area. So thanks for getting some of those links in, and some of those will become live here after July 1 to make sure we're doing those pieces. And then under our health section, typically we do have rules and laws that change in there. There's just one small notification. One of our nurses, after reviewing that, was self-administration for medication. There are a few things that students can carry on their self, and what forms need to be filled out on that. Again, the links are be there. They're also on the health service section. But for pancreatic enzymes is a new thing that can be in there, and all the paperwork that needs to go along with that. And then some minor language that some of our departments suggested was clarification at the elementary level of the promotion and retention. Right? We often lately have gotten questions about, well, how many days of attendance impacts whether my child goes on to the next grade level or whatnot. And it's a much bigger matrix of thoughts of that. And so updated language there to be more clear on how that goes. We've had the attendance processes and procedures. There's been some dates, or not dates, a number of days that would be excused at the middle and high school level. It was a little bit more vague at the elementary. Anytime a parent calls in, it's an excused absence. With our chronic absenteeism, both in the district and across the state on the rise, putting together components that are there after X number of absences, and it's based on a rolling, it's 10% of that month. So Dr. Basinski puts together, pulls that data, we look at those things, and the buildings have a process to look at that if they're exceeding that 10%, even if they're excused, that a notification might come out via letter or phone call. How can we as a school partner with you and support you? What supports or services might need to be had there. So it talks about what those supports or services could look like in the attendance. And what is chronic absenteeism definition and that truancy definition. So those are in there. Updated language for our ELL, English Language Learner programs. The change there was just every once in a while it'll change. It was ESL, it's ELL, it's EL, what is PBI, all those acronyms, right, and those changes. And so they went through and they double checked and just updated so that they are reflecting the current terminology that we use. Visitor guidelines, just again, making sure they know where they check in. You will be asked for your driver's license, you will be given a lanyard and all of those things. Dr. Basinski looked under the technology section. They were very minor tweaks, but there's new technology all the time. So there was some addition of some devices and things like that that would be listed because, you know, with anybody, oh, it's not listed in there, doesn't say I can't bring this or I shouldn't do that. So additions to just keep up to date with technology. Change of administrator names at the various grade, buildings and complaint managers. There's some positions have shifted for next year. Who are those complaint managers for various things? And then with Mr. Dean, under the safety and security, we've had some situations where we've had some soft lockdowns. And what do those? They vary. We've got the soft lockdown where it's hold and teach in place, or there's this. And so with that terminology of what does hold and teach in place mean, and putting those in there again, not that that's the first place that a parent's going to go, but the more that they hear, you know, that right away, anxiety goes up when we hear that a building is in lockdown. And another reference to be able to say, okay, this means this. It could be a medical condition. It could be something minor like that. And so just clarification, nothing about our processes and procedures. We don't want those in there about safety, but just what does this mean if it's called this? I think we had tornado warnings and what we would do if they were on a bus and the sirens go out, okay? Families, you're going to know we're going to go to the nearest building and we're going to get your kids in the building safely. We had no changes at all on our middle school or high school extracurricular handbook and athletic handbook, and those are located at the end of the middle school and the high school handbooks there. And last year we had some tweaks to make sure that they mirrored things a little bit more aligned with one another. So before I ask for questions, if you ask why I have some things color-coded on there, when I turned into a PDF, that was more for Lori and I to know, hey, this was a change, or make sure we add a link to that. So, any questions on?
Yeah, no, that was very comprehensive. I appreciate you taking the time to explain all that. No, I think it's good. I think it's important, and I think we have to look at the handbooks for all grade levels. It's kind of the same as our end user licensing agreement that you get every time a software update hits your phone or what have you. So my first question is, what's put in place for parents and students to kind of check up that they have at least had the opportunity to read this and see and familiarize with themselves?
Great question. So that is still, right now, it's old school on there. We get that, they sign off on it. I believe at the high school, you do it during one of your periods to go over some of the changes, focusing on expectations and things like that, and maybe part of the advisory group. And so that's done on the first day without, things coming back. We are looking at options to get that as an electronic sign-off. With that, we decided to leave it in their student planner handbook that is still in there right now, because what if somebody doesn't have access to that or forgot to sign off on it? Hey, now we can have you here. Because if we do get into a discipline type situation, one of the things that we refer to is that they understood the handbook. So that is all done at all levels at the very beginning of the year.
Good. And you had mentioned that there was an opportunity for parents to weigh in and give their feedback. Has that been finalized, or is there still time for parents to? Yeah, so we always are open to feedback. So any changes, if there was something that somebody brought up that we really wanted to take a deep dive look at, we would want to do that, and we could bring those recommendations back to the board. If it, again, was something that, especially if we're talking about behavior and consequences, things like that, we would want to bring that ahead, present it to the board for a change there. But feedback is always ongoing. We've got our power program team, power parent team, parent power team. Okay. And so those kinds of things, as we have more opportunities for that parent engagement and those open discussions, we're going to have recommendations that might be on a more fluid
basis. So yes, there will be those opportunities and those would be, come forward to be presented. I don't want to do that too often because again, they've signed off and we want to make sure.
Yeah,
based on-
I was speaking in regards to these specific revisions of, you know, perhaps it'd be useful for parents who didn't attend or wasn't on their radar, if we could make it available in a link, so they can review it. And I think your red markup, tracking changes language is helpful for anyone who sees that, at least, you know, in the interim.
And so a lot of these didn't go through, it would be here, and we would put,
Yeah.
we could put that out there public.
Yeah.
Typically, the things that we would ask them to weigh in on, with some of those pieces are to be attended,
Sure.
discipline, that kind. But these other pieces have, a lot of them have come from feedback we've heard from.
But to answer your specific question, all parents at each individual school were invited to the feedback
Yeah.
session. So this is on this agenda, and will go in 2 weeks for your approval. Once it's approved, it's done, but then that feedback loop will then continue for the following.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know. And then finally, speaking of disciplinary issues, and since this has been a topic that's been, you know, running current for the last few board meetings, is all the disciplinary sections for all grade levels congruent with SB 100?
Yeah, so, in the handbook, and there were no changes that were, done by the levels. So a level A or level 1 would have these type of behaviors, and then as you go down or up in the levels, however you want to look at that, they're more severe type behaviors. Usually that level C in elementary and middle school is actually a level 4 at the high school. Typically are more of your illegal behaviors, so you see those pieces. They do align with Senate Bill 100, and we'll do a much deeper dive in discipline prior to the start of the school year on a presentation. But with those previous handbooks, and probably handbooks or discipline we remember from back in the day when we were in school, if you do this, here's your automatic consequence. No questions asked, that's what it is. Well, we all know that Jessica and Julie are not equal, and Julie's needs may be very different than my needs are, and looking at that, so for level A type consequences or responses, there is a list of possible responses or consequences that would happen, and so it might be that we get something different. We meet regularly on these. Typically, we would know, hey, if this happens, child found with a vape, not supposed to be at school. Marcus, I want to say typically we're a 1 to 3 day dependent on out-of-school suspension, something like that. So we know that's typical. However, if they do have an IEP, a 504, maybe there's something else going on. Maybe the vape's a bad example of that, but, you know, with another one, we would look at that, and it might be a little different if there's rationale and reason that would support that in what that student needs. So we do have kind of a, here's what our typical response would be or consequence, but then based on that student's needs, it may vary a little bit. So that is what the alignment to Senate Bill 100, it's no more zero tolerance, can't do that, except for guns. And then with the other components, it is, you need to get in there, and as a consequence, you should also be doing, how do we restore and change that behavior? So that's what you'll see in the handbook.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be important when we do begin those discussions in the fall, when we're setting standards for behavioral expectations, how they align with SB 100, and making sure that what we're saying will be consequences within our handbooks for students is mirrored and followed.
Sure, yes. One of the things we talked about today, we actually had a couple things, meetings, phone calls, and meetings with administrators on discipline, right? So we have a reflection, right? We've had some feedback from staff, not only just through our ATA, but we had open forums and had discussions, parents, all of those pieces. And so today we had all of our administrators from all of the levels of talking about how do we, again, today's focus was looking at that framework, behavior management framework. What are our clear, concise expectations? How do students know them? How do parents know them? How do staff know them? Let's make sure we've got those, and how do we, they exist. How do we make sure everybody's aware of them? How do we reinvigorate those? Because there were things, after one of our administrators brought it up, it was, you know, that perfect example. After the pandemic, when kids came back, we were excited that they were just back. Everyone wanted our students back. We needed to think about the SEL component of that, focusing on the academic piece. Some of those other pieces not that it was, you could do whatever you want, but the focus was more on welcoming them back in that academic. We need to bring back that balance of both of those through our framework and expectations. And so we spent a good chunk of time on that exact piece.
Very good.
And we'll tie that in with the SB 100, because it's not just our parents that don't understand it, our staff has a hard time with that as well.
Yep. Good,
So,
good to know.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Any other questions for Ms. Lombard?
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
No, I was just gonna make a comment to that, what you just said as far as the staff and the families, just that safety issue of knowing
Yeah.
just the ones that spoke tonight.
Yes.
And that have in April and in May, and I met with them before we got on the board. So it's like, going into next year is a really big deal, not that you don't think that, I'm not saying that, but and so it's just like, wow, I know we're gonna tackle that, but I mean, that is just, I just wanted to state that again in a comment for myself. That's like, okay, are the staff gonna be able to understand it so these kids can come into third grade or whatever at Conley and feel safe knowing that these are gonna be enforced? So is that something we need to table the whole handbook issue? I mean, just for the sake of, that's a huge deal. I mean, these little kids are like scared, you know?
Laura, what I would say with that is, if that's what you guys would like to do, my recommendation is what's in the handbook, those exist. It's probably more of the what we do day by day to make sure that it's enforced, understood, held accountable, all of that. So my recommendation is, it's here. We just need to make sure people understand what those are, what should be done at the classroom level by teachers, what part moves down to the staff level, the progression. So my recommendation would be not to table it. Totally respect if you guys want to. What's in here, I think, follows all of those things. It's now, how do we get that out and make
The
sure people
execution of
understand
it, so.
Well, and then just having the
Yeah.
parents think, you know, when a lot of this has happened for a year in a class in the kindergarten and second grade, it's just like, was this done for at all?
Sure.
For a full year? And then it's just like, but we'll do it next year. I mean, as a parent, I'd be like, okay, how does that give me confidence?
Yeah, your point's well taken, but I would be remiss if I just said, you heard one side of the argument tonight. There's more to the story you heard tonight. There's more to the story that you heard, last month as well, that wasn't represented in public comment. It's information that you're not privy to, and it's valid. Like I said, I understand the concern, and we want to achieve that ideal state. There's always more that we're not privy to if we're not in that, on that, maybe the IEP team or dealing with a student, and supporting.
And I think that's one of the
Everyone.
hardest things for our building administrators. They know they're following it up, but because of that confidentiality, what can they share, what can't they? And that's where we can do some assistance and coaching in that component of that, so it's not a violation, but they are, and they're doing that, but it might not appear like that when it's your child in a situation.
Yeah, just a couple questions. The first question is, how is staff, can you remind me how staff gets input into the handbook?
So how does staff
Of the
get in?
teachers?
Oh, yeah, well, they can go through their building administration, who would then be able to, they're invited to the meetings they were at, it's usually held through a parent-teacher type setting, with that. So I know at all of our elementaries and at least one of our middle school, we didn't have staff that was there. But regularly, they can bring that information forward. I think, I know maybe one school that, they asked about something that was in the handbook that dealt with discipline, and it was about suspensions, right? They wanted clarification on that. So again, we can make sure that there's a better understanding of that, and that they know, hey, here's that channel. If there are recommendations that you want, please go to your building administration who could bring that forward or come to this annual meeting. So again, I don't know, I mean, I don't think that they don't know that they can, but maybe they don't know that they can, right? So we want to give that reminder to them that they can do so. But we have had that in the past where things will come up. Marcus, with your deans, they do have a group. I know last year there was things that came from the staff in terms of academics, like it's your teachers that are in the building bringing forward questions for the handbook. Some of the things that have been recommended in the past absolutely came from teachers.
There's typically a staff team that collaborates with the lead dean on handbook changes. At least in history there has been, I assume that's still ongoing.
Okay, sorry, just, this might be a rabbit hole, so just don't let me go in there if it's there. You mentioned restraints when it comes to special ed, and I believe there's some controversy around that. And it just, do we follow some sort of standard around that? Because I think some states are actually going no restraints at all.
There are
And I
very
see that we have
very
restraints allowed.
restrictive, actions that we're allowed, when we're allowed to engage, and then if you have to go hands-on, it's called the CPI, Crisis Prevention and Intervention, with a student where you physically have to engage the child. There's a reporting structure to the state level to report that, to just ensure that we abide by those state guidelines.
So that's being recorded and there's data.
Absolutely.
Have those parent notification, state notification, all within a certain time frame. In the past, we actually had rooms and doors that were not, I mean, they were part of some of our self-contained. Back in the day, those things, we follow all of that as part of our, annual health, life safety review from the county. So, all of those, changes, and they have changed, I wouldn't say regularly, but, over the years, we've had a number of different changes in our special education department, making sure that that's all in line and that documentation is being. Maybe you wanted to add that, or, no?
It was a significant change in recent years, and, you know, as I have numerous times shared some frustrations in dealing with the state of Illinois and ISB, that is the area that ISB is all over.
Okay. Yeah, I know I've read that and I've heard that. I'm not an expert by any means. I was just curious. The last one, it's kind of around Laura's side of things, but I guess as a parent, if I were to read through the handbook, it seems very prescriptive when it comes to discipline, and this doesn't matter whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school. And I know we're having the discussion later on, so you can defer this if you'd like. But just in general, how do we handle the oversight from the administration here to make sure that the buildings are actually following through on the handbook? And I'm not saying they're not, but just how does that oversight happen? What is the process there to ensure that the buildings are following?
So, currently in the position I'm in right now, if there's an out-of-school suspension or an in-school suspension, that paperwork, that notification that gets sent to parents is also sent to me. So I have that documentation. We meet regularly at the high school, to talk about those.
Probably too much.
Well,
Never too much.
we like to support one another there. And then I think all of them know that they've got that quick phone access. We talk regularly about student behaviors, and I'm thinking this, let's talk about that. Give me more detail about the student, the situation. I'm not involved in every single one of them, but because of some of the things that we've seen, we try to collaborate quite a bit on that component. One, to help things be consistent. Two, we've tightened up some things here second semester and going into next year about, because there's different departments and different ways that, if I have a discipline for a student maybe who has that IEP, there may be very scripted things that are in there, so sometimes that conversation would go through the special education department. We've talked about we need to marry those two things, and so Mrs. Romero and Ms. Allen and I talk all the time about those pieces. A lot of that's based on some of the things that we're seeing here this year, and how do we move forward. And so that data is pulled. Dr. Bazinski and his team, just because of state reporting, will regularly, they may notice something that looks out of whack on how it was coded. We'll have that conversation, then I'll reach out to the buildings. So there are a lot of accountability checks on that. Do I look at every situation and say, hey, how did you handle this student who had done this at, you know, a kind of a minor level or at the elementary? No. We give them, they know what they're doing, they talk about that, and when they have reached some challenges with things, that's when we'll partner together to have those discussions.
And then lastly, and I know this isn't the legal committee yet, that'll come up later, I think the bullying notification thing has passed the House and the Senate in Illinois, I think.
So the new update about the
has not been signed, and there's a pretty strict 24-hour rule, which looks pretty hard for the district to meet, actually.
It's almost impossible to
follow. I mean, I appreciate the spirit of the law, but 24 hours is going to be very tough to do, but that's something that's probably going to have to get wrapped into this if it goes forward.
So we would be bringing, yes, we would want to make sure that handbook and what that process is.
Yeah, if state law impacts something that has to be updated in handbook, we bring an amendment just for the approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm done. Thank you.
No worries.
No other questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Lambert.
I approve of moving this ahead to the board meeting.
All right, with no other questions, I think we'll move on to number 7, Mr. Quagliano.
Okay, Finance Committee, first item is our payables. The purchase orders and press checks, accounts payable, disbursements are listed. Do we have any questions related to those 4 items? Committee or anyone from the board? If not, then I would, everybody's okay with me moving this forward to the board for approval. We'll move that forward to the board for approval. Item 7.2 is monthly fiscal updates. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Not much else to add here. Been working on the budget and the 5-year plan, working with the various departments to better understand the needs over the forecast years. But we are approaching year end with our finance team and working with the auditor to make sure that we are preparing appropriately. So that is a big part of what our fiscal team is doing. Other than that, just 2 items that didn't make the memo. The electric buses are being delivered tomorrow. So that's good news for the district. The initial estimated delivery, if you recall, was, November of last year. So supply chain pushed those back and they are being delivered tomorrow. So good news on that front. And then legislatively, I know Mr. Bittman brought up something legislatively, but I do want to bring it up here. During the month, Illinois passed the guaranteed preschool meals for K-12 students. So it passed both the House and the Senate, and we're simply waiting on the governor to sign that. So that would provide free meals, both breakfast and lunch, to any students who need those, which is absolutely fantastic. It is certainly anticipated that the governor will sign that, but we are waiting for guidance from ISB and the state to better understand the funding that we will receive as a result of that. At a federal level last year, under the National School Lunch Program, under the Healthy Free Act, those meals, 100% of those meals were provided for fiscal year 22, and that brought in approximately $3 million of national school lunch revenue. And that's about $2.4 million over what we would normally collect. So keep that $3 million in your mind. This year, we are trending at about $1 million. We'll probably hit 1.1 to 1.2, I think, for national school lunch for the current year. So obviously very important to understand, well, how is the state of Illinois going to fund that? Are they going to fund that through the federal government, or are they going to fund it independently through ISB? And we're waiting on information on that front. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have regarding the monthly fiscal updates.
Mr. Altmeyer, is it your interpretation that guaranteed meal program is need-based? There has to be a financial assessment, or is it?
No, it would just simply be every student, just like it was in fiscal year 22.
But am I correct that it would be limited to the type A lunch, not just?
Correct. It
Card
would
item.
still be limited to your standard type A lunch that we provide today under the National School Lunch. So we would still be selling a la carte items and things of that nature, middle and high school. So, and we'll keep the board apprised on that, certainly moving forward.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Altmeyer, any fiscal updates? No, I'm good. Okay, and then we have also the activity funds report is listed. Is there any questions concerning the activity funds? Just for information, we'll move on to 7.3, which is our revenue and expenditures report. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you have the April 23 financial executive summary. Not too much to note here. We continue to track more favorably and unfavorably in given areas, and we're hoping that at year end will come closer to being within budget. But the one line item I think that we're all a little nervous about is, well, on page 2 of that executive summary, and that's health insurance claims, because we do continue to run unfavorable to budget. Mr. Zaire and myself had an opportunity to meet with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, as well as Alliant, our healthcare broker, and we reviewed the calendar year claims year over year to better understand what is happening with our membership in terms of the health of our membership. And we do have a lot more significant claims, large claims in the pipeline than we ever have. And some of those claims, many of those claims, unfortunately, based on the types of claims and types of expenses that we are seeing, whether it's pharmaceutical or the type of sickness that they're seeing, many of those are going to continue. But a few of them are falling off. So there's good news there, but there's also bad news because some of those claims that we're seeing will continue, unfortunately. So we're expecting to see a little bit of that with open enrollment come the fall with what they anticipate, our estimated premium cost to be. This report shows you the claims through April. We did look at May. We're sitting here at June 1st, but we have seen the first half of May, and the good news for the first half of May was claims were only $440,000 versus prior months $550,000. So hopefully the second half of May will be as good as the first half, and will continue to trend down a little bit as we move forward. But I did want to make the board aware of that. We are trending to be over budget.
I mean, you can end up being $2 million over budget there.
We could be, absolutely.
Yeah. We've never, yeah, so it's a substantial bogey that we've dealt with forever. Correct. In this budget. So,
Yeah, we have never been in this position with our claims. We've never seen the types of claims we are seeing today, from the medical side as well as the RX side. And so certainly as we knew when we went into self-insurance back in, I believe, 2008 time period, a lot of times we have really good years. And every once in a while, we have a really bad year. And this is certainly one of those very bad years. So we'll continue to monitor that. We continue to have meetings with Blue Cross Blue Shield, Mr. Zarin and myself, with our health insurance broker as well, to better understand what are we looking at and what can we expect moving forward. So we will continue to keep you apprised on that front. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have. I do want to address, there was a question last month for which I was not here, and it talked about a reserve for health insurance. And we do have a reserve on the balance sheet, and it's approximately $2.2 to $2.5 million, and it's a health insurance reserve. But that health insurance reserve covers two different things on the balance sheet. It covers incurred claims but not yet reported. So as of June 30th, if somebody, let's just say they break their leg, and they have yet to go to the doctor, but they go to the doctor after June 30th, there is a portion of that $2.2+ million reserve that is for claims incurred but not yet reported. And then there's a bigger portion, a much bigger portion of that reserve that is for incurred but not yet paid. Because as you can see, we have a 3 to 4 week, sometimes a 5 and 6 week lag claim period from when an RX is filled, from when they go to the doctor, to when all of the bills are ultimately funneled to the school district for payment. So the majority of that reserve sitting on the balance sheet is for the claims incurred but not yet paid. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. I think Mr. Bittman's question was, well, what has happened to that gain, so to speak, in prior years where we've had budget favorability? Well, budget favorability falls into fund balance as it would every year, and that's where it sits, not as a reserve, but technically it is a reserve because it's sitting in fund balance, but it's not separated, as we don't do that for many items. But we do keep, obviously, a reserve on the balance sheet, but for those two items. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. Okay? And that's a GASB, generally accepted accounting principle type of I'm providing. So, other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, just going back to the medical claims a little bit, just to be clear, that we are having more claims and more severe claims. This is not the same types of claims we've had in previous years, but they're charging us more.
A little of both.
Yeah.
It's a little of both.
Is there anything?
And it's hard for them to quantify. It's hard for Blue Cross or Blue Shield to say, well, even though your claims are up 25%,
they're up 25% because medical costs and medical claims and RX costs are always going up. They cannot give us a percentage of that increase that is associated with the increase in cost.
And as you look at the aggregated data of the claims and the types of claims, is there anything we can be doing to our health and wellness programs to try to be more on the preventative side so we don't hit this?
And that is why Dr. Zera and myself are having those conversations, is to understand those opportunities from a health and wellness standpoint. But you look like you grab the mic.
To give you all a little update, we do an annual screening in the HCA contract. There's an incentive for folks who do a blood draw. The blood draw comes to all the buildings. We do that starting in September and in the buildings in October. And we had around 80% of the folks that are on the plan participate in that. So it's just for our employees that participate on it. So we've been doing that for 6-7 years and had a lot of success with it. So that's one of our main things. So they also get a physical and they get a reduction off of that premium. So we do have, a good amount of people who are doing that. Something Mr. Altmeyer didn't mention, there are dependents also that are falling on the large claims too. So, outside of the organization. So definitely, our worst year, and as we work with our broker, I'm looking, for some, different solutions. But I guess I don't look at them as claims. We got some folks that are sick. So
Yeah, and then obviously that's why the insurance is there. We want to be able to support them. And I'm really looking more beyond the health screen of, as we look for this, if there are certain types of things, are we tweaking things, education side of things of just, hey, this is how type 2 diabetes happens, these kind of things.
Yep, we have that.
And not
We
assuming
have
that
that
that's one of
built
the claims, but.
into our open enrollment information, and then also Blue Cross Blue Shield has a portal that has that. They'll reach out to me occasionally, looking for contact information to reach out to engage people in those programs. So Blue Cross Blue Shield, there's two sides to that. Sometimes the person doesn't engage back, but Blue Cross Blue Shield does reach out to engage folks in specific programs like that.
Yeah, just to push it a little bit more, because a healthier person, less medical costs.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Does Blue Cross Blue Shield offer us some kind of wellness incentive program? There's a lot of companies, my wife's company, for example, offers something for all their staff, and this is something that we could potentially offer for teachers and administration, where more than just a portal to check in, but it gives you incentives to be healthy. It starts off with an incentive, an assessment in the beginning of the plan year. It does everything from incorporating step trackers to daily challenges that you can have with your coworkers and team members. It kind of gauges where you're at, and it incentivizes the staff by actually rewarding them with either gift cards or points and things of that nature.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for that. Yeah, we're not engaged in it right now, though.
And what we're seeing really is not unique to our district. This is a backlog from COVID when elective procedures were things that were deemed elective procedures at that time were shelved. And because of that lack of care, it has kind of an offset and pushing, and we're all kind of experiencing that right now. I would encourage the administration to look at a wellness incentive program, because it has been proven to curb these expenses now that we're in. It's not going to prevent all of them, especially in light of what we went through with COVID, but it may be something that can help offset those costs.
Thank you. I do have a question to follow up on that. Is there anything that is, from a Blue Cross standpoint, reporting-wise, that is looking at those elective procedures versus the serious illnesses that were being addressed? Are they able to break out anything like that? Or is,
say that again.
So, is Blue Cross able to break out what we're dealing with from an elective surgery that was delayed versus a serious illness type of situation?
They're not able to break out what's been delayed, but we can identify what the issue is. One of the top ones is cancer.
Yeah. Because that's not a delayed, you address it.
There may have been some delayed diagnosis, though,
okay,
because of things being shut down.
Yeah.
there's no doubt that delayed procedures plays a small part here, but the majority of this is large claims.
That's what I
You know,
figured.
people that are, and a large claimant is somebody who has claims over $50,000 a year.
Mhm.
We have some that several hundred thousand, approaching $1 million. And it's those claims that are driving this, right? A very small percentage of the claims are driving 60-70% of the claim cost. And it's really not a delayed necessarily procedure. We, you know, as Adam said, we like to think of these really, they're not claims, they're unfortunately very sick individuals that we have within the plan, both dependent and.
And it's about 10 to
members.
15 claims,
So, yeah.
large claims that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, you're done. Okay, Michael, you were, nothing further? Okay, anybody, rest of the board? Okay, Matt, we'll move on to 7.4, which is revenue contract. We have 3 revenue contracts that are listed in there. Is there any questions or concerns related to those 3 contracts?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. All right, we'll move those forward to the board for approval. Item is 7.5, our signatories for bank financial accounts. Why do I feel like we just did this last week, but I wasn't here last week. So it didn't happen. So this is for newer members annually. These items, the next 1, 2, 3 items. Yeah, there they have, Mark, and is that what it's for them? Is that why we have this?
Yeah, well, it's still a standard operating
Okay.
procedure, it's still an annual thing we do, and this year we had to change the name
Okay, that
for
was.
our interim superintendent,
Okay.
so that we feel pretty good about sending out checks with, well, not Scott's name on it. Yeah. Sorry, Scott.
Okay.
We have to do the right thing, Chairman.
Okay,
So
so
we
the-
need you to approve, Jessica, to sign our check. Along with me.
No problem. So all right, there are 3 committee, finance committee, we understand the need for this, okay? Yeah. Any questions from anybody else? No. Okay, so then I'm just gonna say 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7, they're all the same ilk. We'll move those forward to the board for approval at the next meeting. On the buildings and grounds, Mr. Troy. Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight, pinch hitting for Mr. Rinkosik, and I'm sorry if I mess this up and call you Doug by accident. I'm just used to him being here. So Mr. Lindquist, I know it's just the O&M updates today. Anything on there to highlight?
Thank you, Mr. Troy, and thank you for allowing me to sit for this one, tonight. As you can see on the memo sheet, there is quite a few items going on this summer. We have a lot on the plate. I can answer any questions you may have, but I'd like to touch base on letter H in the memo sheet, which is the parking lot project here at the administration.
Going on right now,
Yeah,
definitely going on
There's
right
a
now.
lot of digging going on. And, while digging, they found, groundwater.
Gold? Oil?
Oil. They did not find oil, unfortunately. You may have a reserve of oil. So, there might be pending change orders for rearranging the under, drainage for that. Yeah. If we don't get that water moved out of that area, we could lose the structural base.
Right.
Asphalt will be repaired.
Redoing it, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is that something that will be figured out soon, like a change order could come?
Yeah, it could
next
be a
board
plus,
meeting?
it could be a negative, because they're
Okay.
moving drains around out there. So there might not even be a change order, it could be a credit.
Okay.
As well.
Okay. So,
Keeping you updated on that. But on that sheet, I'm happy to answer any questions I might be able to for you. Any questions?
no, any questions from the committee?
Not on any specific projects, just in general. Is there anything holding up any of these projects right now?
The delivery of the makeup air units for Heinemann Middle School boiler room, there's slotted for delivery the end of June. So not like holding anything up, it's just supply issues
Right.
with delivery, and it'll be done before school.
Okay.
And it won't affect any school anyways if it wasn't here in time. demo's going at the foods lab. The roof is going at the high school. They're pulling rocks off the roof right now. A pavement job at Martin and Marlowe starting on Monday, so things are.
Busy summer.
Busy summer.
On item 3, the custodial services contract that started today, how has the transition been to that?
As you can imagine, a lot. It's
Right.
cumbersome. Handing out keys and prox cards right now, and they're going through orientation over in room 180 with their employees right now.
Did they keep a lot of?
Say there's a lot of positive energy over there in the,
A lot of
in the training, a lot of, laughter and smiles
They
and
did keep quite.
warm welcome.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to walk over there and meet a lot of the new employees and kind of welcome them to 158. And a lot of energy for sure. But also sitting over there was their whole HR team. So they had several people from HR who run HR for GSF. And I said, so are we fully staffed? And I didn't know what type of answer they were going to provide me. And they actually both smiled and said, oh yeah, we're at 90+%. We're expecting, we're going to be pretty good. So they're in pretty good shape to start the year. So that's good news. It was good to meet the HR folks over there.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the committee?
Looking
Any
for oil, Mr. Michaels.
Keep looking for oil. Questions from the rest of the board? All right, there's nothing further to report on O&M, so, Mr. Bittman for the policy committee.
Sure, on, no major updates here. I mean, I guess the budget did pass, so that's, fairly good news, in terms of, what was there, and I think it was what was expected in our budget. I think it was the bare minimum that, the legislature could have done to fund education at $350 million.
Mr. Albright, so what, our portion of whatever, I mean, what does that mean? Or,
Well, it's for the last 6-7 years, they've set aside $350 million. And before we were tier 1, we were receiving approximately $675,000 to $95,000 a year. Under tier, that was under tier 2, excuse me. We are now under tier 1, and we should be receiving approximately $1.3 to $1.4 million on an annual basis. So, good news that they continue to set the $350 million aside. Mr. Bittman noted, you know, it's a very, they're giving a lot more money to education, to early childhood, to a lot of different areas. But we have yet to, we need, as a district, need to understand, okay, well, with the additional dollars for early childhood, you know, how will that impact our district? Generally, when more dollars are given in those other areas of the budget, more dollars are provided for low-income school districts. And we are considered, unfortunately, not necessarily a very low-income school district. So I am not expecting a windfall from all of the other areas. Might be an opportunity for some additional grants, for us to apply for some additional grants in certain areas for which funding is being provided, but we need additional guidance from ISB on that before we can make certainly any budget changes or recognize any additional dollars. And we usually hear back from the state of Illinois regarding all of our grants. July, August timeframe is when we lock and load our EVF, our title monies, our IDEA grants, some of the federal monies we receive, the reimbursements for transportation, the reimbursements for private facility, and those things. We don't have solid numbers on any of those yet, and we won't receive those usually till July or August, which is why we approve and finalize the budget on or about September 15th each year.
because you're starting July 1st.
So we can only hope, but it is good news that the state continues to set those dollars aside for school districts.
Yeah, and then the only other one was the one I brought up, the bullying one, which we're probably gonna need to watch on that to see if 24 hours is tight. Again, I agree with the spirit of it, but that's, so nothing to move forward there.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Holman one other legislative question. In your update, you had something that related to, you're working on more legislation, and what is it?
Trying to pass a little more legislation that would allow, all school districts in the state, but primarily for us here. There's a lot of bad assessors in the state.
Yeah.
And when a bad assessment, is put on new construction, that significantly impacts the amount of property tax revenues, that, well, all the taxing districts receive. It's not just us, it's the county, it's the village, the fire protection district. That new construction number, if we've got bad assessments, it significantly impacts us. And I think we've seen that here, at District 158 specifically. And I think the problem is new construction as defined within the property tax extension limitation law, well, there's only 2 sentences. And it does not provide for any ability that upon board of review or a court order or a PTAB, Property Tax Appeal Board, to go back and recapture new construction for assessed values that, well, are in error or, well, just not really good assessments. So I have talked to a few legislators, primarily Senator DeWitt, who originally agreed to carry that bill this legislative session. The bill has been written, but he didn't file it. So we're hoping to get it into a shell bill. That didn't happen. So we are looking at Plan 2 for next year, whether it's with Senator DeWitt, and I ran into him over the weekend, actually.
Yes, come on.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. Okay. Or working with another representative or senator to carry that bill, because I think the word needs to get out there that we all need this. You know, not a lot of school districts analyze their new construction as much as they should, but they should. And if errors and things that we found are happening to us, they're happening throughout the state, and they're really impacting all school districts and all taxing districts. So people, businesses, big businesses find ways to not pay their taxes, and we need to hold them accountable and keep them accountable. So that's really what this legislation would do. So continuing to work on it.
Any other questions? Anybody else? All right, we will move forward to number 10, Board of Education. The first one is 10.1, the minutes. There's 2 minutes to be approved, the May the 4th Committee of the Whole and the regular meeting on May 18th. I know there were some edits. I think they were taken care of. Does anybody else have any feedback on those? Okay, so we will move those forward, unless there's other comments. And then 10.2, membership renewal for IASB. Dr. Rowe.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pittman. So Illinois Association of School Boards is a membership-based program. As you all know, IASB is the sole provider for school board member professional learning, as well as how we access our policy updates through press that's involved in this membership. So staying on top of the legal updates and then the footnotes that we rely on are within this cost. It is an expensive bill for that membership, but one that I believe is worthy and serves the district well. I would recommend you move that forward for approval.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add a couple of comments. I had the pleasure on Memorial Day of going through 6 hours, which took me 9 hours of training of IASB. Really? Quite frankly, it was really well done, and there was a lot of good information in there, and I don't know that people understand how much the press updates give us feedback and immediate stuff. So I actually, as someone who doesn't like to spend a lot of money, look at that as pretty low dollars for what we're getting there. And the training is, I thought, really good. So I would suggest we move that forward.
Great.
Any issues? All right. Moving to 10.3.
All right, another membership renewal. The Large Unit District Association is an association that not only provides professional learning for administrators in the district, but also is probably our primary lobbying group in support of education, other than the superintendent's organization and the Association of Business Officials. So $5,700 for that membership. They host 3 conferences annually, as well as monthly collaborations for each of the cabinet level memberships. The cabinet level departments for us to collaborate with our colleagues across the state. LUDA is limited to school districts that serve K-12 districts with 3,500 students or larger. There are about 60 to 65 school districts in the state of Illinois that fall in that category. In that renewal of our membership.
Any discussion? I'd like to move that forward, no issues? All right, we'll move that, we will move that forward. All right. Moving on to number 11, new business. This is a discussion point to see if there's any, opinions for agenda items in future meetings. Laura?
Yeah, I wanted to suggest, to making FOIAs public and post it on our website for full transparency. So that was my suggestion.
Yeah.
So my question is, they're part of our agenda, so they're public.
The results of the FOIA are not public. You'd have to ask for them again. Some districts actually publish the results of the FOIA.
Okay.
In like
Meaning what was provided to
Yeah.
the person? Oh, okay.
So I think you're just looking for a discussion, pros and cons, and
Right.
what it would take to do that,
Right.
and put that on an agenda. I think that's a reasonable thing. Who do you think might take that? You want to, or figure that out?
Sure. FOIA lives in a number of departments. Our chief FOIA officer is, Ms. Alex Williams, our Director of Communications and Community Engagement, that will obviously transition over to Ms. Barr. But typically, those that are most involved are our fiscal department, and technology department, and then a lot in O&M. So we oftentimes have a lot of contractors that ask for bids, who respond to bids, things like that. That fits with our community engagement. Correct.
Yep.
I would make a recommendation to possibly include Dr. Basinski from a technological standpoint, because if this is going to be something that's going to be useful to our community and parents especially, having this in some kind of searchable archive would probably be the most useful format of it. And sometimes, as anyone who has ever submitted a FOIA request knows, the information you get back could be voluminous. And so constructing it in a way that is perhaps summary first or in-depth is going to take some time to get your head and technology team around as well.
Fair. So
I will tell you, I mean, we'll discuss it, and we'll look into the meat and potatoes of it, but, what, the summary is not provided, it's just raw data given to someone, so, and sometimes it is a lot. But as I said, as I told you, it's doable, there's something to discuss. We'll be prepared for that in 2 weeks.
yeah, let's go through the pros and cons. I think it makes sense. Any other items for consideration as a future agenda item? All right, with that, we move to closed session. I will make a motion to move into closed session at 8:03 p.m. As indicated in the Open Meetings Act, for discussion. Okay, I was going to go through the whole discussion, but, and Mr. Quagliano will second that. Voice vote. This is a roll call vote.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher?
We'll move into closed session. All right, I move to, Sean did that, resume the committee of the whole meeting at 10:11 PM. Can I have a roll call?
Second.
Oh, do we need a second then?
Don't need a second.
All right, can I get a roll call vote on it? At least that's what it says.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Pittman?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Here. Mrs. Gallagher? Mr. Thompson?
Here.
All right, with that, I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:11 PM. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. And all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Meeting is adjourned.
Okay.